staff, rep of community. Um, while we are standing, I would just like to ask Councillor Jackie to open this ordinary council meeting with a prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your grace and your mercy, for all the favors that we don't deserve, but you give upon us. For this morning that we stood up without deserving it. For this meeting, God, that you have placed us on these chairs as you trust that we are going to make the best decisions in the interest of this town. Lord, as we come to this place, we ask for your wisdom, for your understanding, for us to make the best decisions, and also to invite you into this meeting so that you will be the master and we be the followers, so that we can be the servants and the people of this town can be the kings and the queens that we are serving. Lord, as we come together today, we praise your holy name for all those achievements that you have already made possible. And we are praying for your guidance. And we are praying for your power. And we are praying for your guidance to make more wise decisions. Thus we pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Amen. We may be seated. Honorable councillors, Deputy Mayor, MC Chair, Member of Management Councillors and Ordinary Councillors of Rivers Town Council, CEO and Administration, as well as our residents viewing on our live stream. This morning, before we start with our meeting, I'll just wait for the residences to come in. Ricky, will you just please close the door for us? Yes, like I said, Jafet, I see we don't have any internet here for our agendas to be opened. Or is it under RTCA app?
Chambers.
Chamber is not. Okay, let me just check quickly. It's still not connecting. Our ordinary council meeting on the 29th, our second last meeting for the year.
Third.
Is it third? For the term, it's the second last. Next month is our last meeting. Do we have a meeting in November, CEO? So then it's the third. Then it's the third last one, because as we are still need to have in October one, and then November as well. Okay, then it's the third last meeting for the year. Honorable councillors, the evidence. I'm well aware that campaigning has started, and we can see it over our social media platforms. But I would like to remind our councillors that in this house, we are not, I believe we are leaders here. When we enter this house, we are leaders. And therefore, we work for the whole of the community. Those who elects, and even for those who's not even partaking in elections. So That's us when we are here. So I don't want to please councillors. I do not want us to political size in these chambers. Um, we we are doing our duty as councillors because we have to serve the community, and I just want to ask that favor from you. What happens on Facebook when you are campaigning there, no problem. It doesn't suit that. I don't mind that. That's on your own capacity as in your party divisions. That I do not mind. But in the chambers, we have an order and we have a decorum that we have to protect, and therefore we will keep with that order of the day. Then we will move directly into our agenda of today. Opening by prayer and welcoming. Thank you, Councillor Jackie, for the prayer that you prayed. We are really grateful for you praying. And welcome back. And you will notice that Councillor Jackie is having black glasses. It's not because he is a gangster or Homta or mafia, but rather because due to his eye operation he had. So he has to take care of his eye, but he wants to be in the meeting. Just shows you leadership. But Councillor Jackie, may you recover soon with your eye, and I hope you will see the right things from now on. Yes, CEO. Then we move over to adoption of the agenda of the meeting of the council, OCM 29th of September 2025. Is there any additional points? Any additional points, Councillor Jackie?
His Worship, my submission for the motion was late, so that is an additional point. All the councillors were given and that extra. But it was notified in last month.
That's okay, Councillor Jackie. Any other additional? None from council? Administration? None from your side? Okay. Then we will move on then. Can I please have a proposal and a secondment for the adoption of the agenda of 2025, 29th of September 2025? Councillor Lalani proposed. Can I have a secondment, please? Councillor Amanda seconds. Then we move over then to point number 3, application for leave of absence and declaration of interest by the members of the council. 3.1, application for leave of absence. CEO.
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Tron and Mr. Muyembo will join us shortly. They are just, Mr. Tron is, and Ms. Dawn, they will join us shortly. Mr. Tron is just receiving the financial consultants in his office to deploy them quickly. And Mr. Muyembo will also join us shortly, only 2 or 3 minutes. May I also indicate that the absence of the chain of the mayor and the deputy mayor is notable, but they are currently under repairs. We have there are a few discrepancies or defaults on the chains that needs to be repaired, so we had to take them in for repairs. That is why the decorum is a little bit skewed this morning, but it's normal. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, CEO. Then we move over then to 3.2, declaration of interest by members of the council. Any declaration of interest by the members in any point of the agenda? Councillor Amanda, just switch on your mic.
Thank you, Your Worship. 11.5.6. There, I want to declare my interest. Request for permission to drill a test borehole, Groenewald Farming, for a pig farming project. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Amanda. Any other interest declared? Can we proceed? Okay, then we proceed to number 4, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting of the council. 4.1, confirmation of minutes of the previous council meetings of the council, minutes of an ordinary council meeting held on the 1st of September 2025. Councillors, I believe that you went through your minutes. Is there any correction that needs to be made or any amendment? Or is it not minute according to what you have said on our previous OCA meeting? If there's none, can we just then propose and second the previous minutes? Proposed by Councillor Joey. Can I have a secondment? Seconded by Councillor Lalane Ueras. Then we move over to number 5, official announcements, statements and communications. Councillors, I just want to make an announcement that the CEO and I, we will travel today to Keetmans for tomorrow's event of the SORED, the name changing of the SORED, direct orders from the ministries, ECB will also be there, and the stakeholders. Mr. Vinswai and I and DM is representing the co-op, like you call it, but unfortunately DM will not be able to attend. He's also having his birthday in some, and he's going somewhere, and the gentleman has been alles 'n verrassing vir die Easter. So die 2 Oktober. Van Woensdag af sal die Venus nie hier sou wees nie. Maar ons anders wat hier is sal gaan. Me and Seal, we will leave today. So please bear with us if we have to go, because Keetmans is quite far. But we have to attend that meeting in order to give our part, because Rivertown Council is the largest stakeholder in the SORED project. So we have to make our views clear there. Luckily, the ministry has gave a direction what to transpire tomorrow in tomorrow's meeting, and we will follow as such on those demands and those directives that we received and that we must apply at a meeting of tomorrow in Keetmans. With that said, I believe there is also other announcements, Councillor Jackie.
His Worship, I would like to make 2 announcements in terms of public interest. There have been questions in regard to the cases that Council is handling in terms of labor cases that we are having. We can confirm that we only have 2 cases that the Council currently is busy with. Both of them are handled by the government attorneys, and both of them are in court. So also on the infamous case that we were lastly handling of one of our past employees, Madame Trotsky, we have appealed as the council, and the case will be heard in the High Court by the 17th of October. So the general public needs to know that we have appealed and the case will be heard. That is one of the cases, and then we have one more other case that also pending. So we only have 2 cases, and both of the cases are handled by government attorneys. We are not paying any fees to a private lawyer. Then also another announcement that we need to make is that on the 13th of October, tentatively so, through the Office of the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Lucia Witbooi, together with the Office of the Governor and the Rivertown Council, we tentatively give notice to the town that we will commission the Captain Hans Tiergaard Street, and also we will return the house of Captain Hans Tiergaard, or the Bastard Traditional Authority, to the Traditional Authority on that specific date. So the public is notified that on the 13th of October, these 2 events will happen, and that it might also be subjected to change, but those are the dates that are currently available, citing the availability of Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic. Also, the pertinent questions that arise from the public that needs answers is yes, we are busy with our financials, and we will hand in our financials to the government auditor general's office by the 30th of September, that is now tomorrow. And if we don't hand it in, we will also notify the public about that. Those are the announcements that I have, His Worships. There is the deputy mayor and then the mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie. Yes, I just want to add on, Councillor Jackie, that at this stage, because there is court cases, we are not actually allowed to elaborate on cases when they are still in pending situations. So, unfortunately, we can't give any feedback on social media, not because we don't want to give information to the public or on any form, but it's just due to the fact that it's pending cases and these people are currently also residents of our town. So therefore, it's unwise to communicate on cases while it's still going on and giving information for the public while we, as the council, is having a case also of a resident member in the town of Rehboth. So we will give communications as soon as the case is closed, and then we will share the information. But further information can also be logged onto the website of the judiciary, whereby people can also go and follow the case there if they really want to get proper information regarding the cases that is still pending, that is currently occurring in the courts of the judiciary. With that said, councillors, I believe, Mr. Seo, is there any other official announcements, statements, or communications from your side as the office of the CEO?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I would only like to sort of report on the last a very successful workshop that was held in Swakopmund on the National Skills Competition, which was very successful in terms of TVET, the TVET programs. One of the things that transpired out of that whole exercise, apart from the presentations, was the exhibitions by the scholars. Schools like MNK Gertse from Rehboth was also rightly represented there. And what really came out of this whole insight is that mostly what we have seen is that mostly that entrepreneurs from Rehboth have displayed their skills there. Such we have been able to meet people from a welding institute, which is from Rehboth. We met electrical institute, which is also from Rehboth. We were able to meet up with the organizers from Gibeon, who has also sort of a national skills or sort of a TVET program on their own. And one of the outcomes of that one was that we really should ponder, or we should think about bringing up something similar to Rehboth, sort of a skills committee or something, so that we can also establish our own means, how we can attract our own people to the town, and to make sure that our vocational centers that are now due to be established in this town are active enough, and that we can benchmark from those initiatives. So in a nutshell, Your Worship, it was quite successful, and we were, I'm really, this is one of the exhibitions that I really felt proud to be there. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, CEO. It was quite indeed a successful. The CEO and I and our PRO was there, and the skills was really. You can see that the youth are really working very hard for the development and economical boost of our country. Before I give to Councillor Jack, I just want to give over then to Councillor Venus, DM.
Thank you, Worship. Just to give a little bit of feedback on Lingua International College, we identify a perfect place, which is also in the Barnhof Street. With its a meeting has been arranged with the owners and the potential management of Lingua for the building, which has been approved in principle by Lingua. So it's just a matter of time now to get the agreements in place, the rental agreements and the renovation agreements, so that they can start with the building to suit for the requirements of Lingua College. So we will be known definitely by the 10th of October. We will definitely know what is the outcome there. But as I can say, it's about 99%. It's already been accepted by the management of Lingua. They will take the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Jackie?
We are also grateful to report that our teams from SAIMSA has returned, and we thank God for the travel mercies and that they came back to Rehoboth, and we're hoping for them to use the skills and the time and the wellness that they gained there and be more productive in their work. Therefore, our team have returned from SAIMSA, and we are preparing for. And in terms of Rehoboth being ready to host either the Nalasra or the SAIMSA in the next few years, we are trying to get ourselves ready so that we can host, and other towns can also come to us, and other countries can also come to us. Therefore, we thank God for the travel message that He has bestowed upon us, and that all of us were safe and sound. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jackie. Then, before we then move on to our next point, I'd just like to say that we will, dear public, we as the council will give our reports next month on our 5-year tenure that we were in office, and that on that report, that is where the councillors will be measured upon what they did for the 5 years. And I would really like to say it's something really what we did. I would that day next at our next OCA meeting like to give my appreciation for the RTC staff and as well for the councillors and for the community in itself and the large community in itself. Honestly, we are trying until and thank you councillors for still working, because sometimes people go to relax mode this time of the year when they need to close, but we are still working and still trying to do complete projects of this council and to assist on until the last day we are out of office. I believe we will assist this community. Thank you very much. Then we can move over then to point number 6. Interviews with deputations of persons summoned or requested to attend the meeting of a council. I believe none. Petitions. I believe the petitions that we handled in of Barnhof will be communicated in due course with Barnhof, because we confirmed now the minutes of the petition. We dealt with the petition on the basis where were allowed to answer, and then I believe CEO, you sent the rest of the petition that is under the Namibian police to them, so that Chief Katsivera can handle their part and distributed the information to the relevant other departments where they needed attention. Thank you. Then we will move over then to point 8. Motions of members, procurement and rehabilitation of chairs for the Rehoboth Town Council halls, and 8.2 agriculture plots. I believe Councillor Jackie is 8.3. 8.2 agricultural plots is Councillor Jackie. Then I will give over for the members who submitted last month notice of motions. Yes, Honourable. Wi-Fi connection under chambers. You just have to click it a few times, because I also saw mine is. Before we continue with the motions, can we just take a 5-minute break quickly just to sort out the connection things, because I can see it's not really good. Councillors, we can start. Huh? Yeah. Okay, we are at motions. 8.1. Councillor Amanda.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to apologize for the one motion, the motion of the robots, slipways and the speed humps. I will present it on our next council meeting after communication with Roads Authority. So we're just waiting for approval from the office, where the CEO are going to write a letter to the manager of Roads Authority. But it also looking very promising. So my motion is a notice of a motion in terms of Rule 13 of the Standing Rules of Council, Government Gazette, 2nd of April 2015, number 5705. The date of the motion is today, the 29th of September 2025. I also just want to mention that this motion was in collaboration with our LED department. I, Amanda Ludmilla Groenewald, Deputy Chairperson of the Management Committee and member of the Council, give notice in accordance with Rule 13 of the Standing Rules for Local Authority Councils, Government Gazetted number 5705 of the 2nd of April 2015 in connection with the following matter. Subject, procurement and rehabilitation of chairs for Rehoboth Town Council halls. Number one, the background and motivation of this motion. At the ordinary council meeting held on the 1st of September 2025, a notice of motion was tabled regarding the urgent need to provide durable furniture for both the town hall, that is now the Hermanus van Wyk Gedenksaal, and also Oanop Hall. These facilities are regularly used for official functions, for community meetings and events, and it has been observed that, number one, the town hall requires approximately 500 chairs, a portion of which can be met through the rehabilitation of the existing stock. That is now the orange chairs. The Oanop Hall requires approximately 300 new chairs due to its size and current lack of adequate seating. Number three, strong chairs with steel frames, similarly to the old town hall chairs, are recommended, as they are durable and suitable for heavy use. Quotations and cost estimates need to be obtained from suppliers, example Metro and others, for both new procurement and rehabilitation of existing chairs. In addition, there is also a need to procure 20 foldable tables, which will complement the seating arrangements and serve for community and official functions. Additional benefits: by providing each hall with its own adequate number of chairs and tables, the transportation of chairs and tables between venues will no longer be necessary. The risk of furniture being lost or damaged during transportation will also be eliminated. And the furniture will be better cared for and last longer, ensuring sustainability and reduce replacement cost over the time. So the motion, Council hereby resolves to approve the procurement of new chairs, rehabilitation of existing chairs, and acquisition of foldable tables for the Town Hall and Oanop Hall. The quotation and cost estimates are obtained for 500 chairs for the Town Hall, combination of new and refurbished, 300 chairs for Oanop Hall, and 20 foldable tables for use across council halls. That management committee be tasked to review the quotations, assess financial implications, and submit a report for council final approval. That the procurement process be aligned with council financial regulation and budgetary provision. I so submit. Amanda Ludmilla Groenewald, Deputy Chairperson of Management Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Amanda. I accept. Councillors, Councillor Jackie.
His Worship, I have recently, while we are discussing the furniture of the two community halls, and I have recently been unpleasantly surprised by in Rehoboth, and this goes to the CEO, in Rehoboth, a town, urban city town, you cannot host a function in the evening at Oanop Community Hall because there is no electricity. It is something to be shameful for. People are booking and people are paying for the use of the one community hall, but they can unfortunately not use it in the evening. This apparently is an issue that aroused from a solar lighting that was in place, and apparently the battery was stolen. We have constant security that is to look after those resources, and if something is stolen while a security company is assigned to it, the sole responsibility lies and the liability lies with the security company. So I don't understand, why are we using solar, and when are we going to get electricity at one of community hall? Because it's shameful. I've also understood it is for the past 2 years. Because we are discussing the adequate use of the 2 halls and also the furniture. So I think it fits in to the place where we can discuss that one also, where the CEO can also give feedback on that.
Thank you, Councillor Cheki. Any other councillor on the motion? None. CEO? Any feedback for Councillor Cheki?
The hall, Your Worship, was supposed to have electricity. I'm not aware that solar electricity was supposed to be used there, apart from the lights, or the lights that was intended to be put out outside. But the hall is supposed to have electricity, and once a hall is booked and reserved for a function, the registry office under Mr. Kaongo has to make sure that all the amenities at the hall is working, is in a good standing condition. If not, then it has to be notified to the relevant departments, such as the technical department, to go and look and see what is, or the housing department, what is the issue. So it's news to hear that there's no electricity at the hall. That we have to inquire immediately now, as I'm sitting here, hearing it for the first time. Because once the hall is reserved or rent out to any institution, it needs to be in a good standing order. Unless it's not, then it cannot be rented out. That's an unfortunate thing. But we'll look into it as we are sitting here right now, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillors, I believe none. CEO, regarding this motion, on the last point, it clearly states the financials, so that we can look into financial implications and submit a report for the council final approval. I believe this must be done before, at least at this month's council meeting in October, so that we can have the implications and quotations for procurement to give us, so that we can do the final decision on what the financial implications will be. So can the procurement just get us the Councillor Mara?
Yes, thank you. Nothing on the motion, but on what you are saying, Mayor. Yes, the quotations, etc. But I'm just wondering on motions before this one. For example, the Rehoboth sign that is also due with procurement and so on. So maybe you could add that Rehoboth sign before you give instruction on this motion that it should be ready, the motions, I mean the quotations, by the end of October in our next meeting. My question actually is, Mayor, how far are we now with the motions before? That is also a procurement issue, because we are waiting on those as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Mara. As you know, all councillors that submitted motions, all of you, all the portfolio councillors who submitted their motions, it's upon the portfolio councillor to take charge of how the motion has been executed. So if the motion, if you didn't get yet yours for the Rehoboth sign, for example, I believe you can just talk to the relevant departments as well, so that all the applications, then I would say that all the outstanding motions which is having financial applications can come, and so that we can prioritize from the need analysis. then I won't say that, because I do not know, Councillor Mara, when I was saying this, I did not know how far are your motions, because I didn't get any feedback from any councillor regarding their previous motions. So if you report back, if you report back, then I have the understanding, and then I can say, this is the motion that is outstanding. But at our workshop, which date we are still waiting for to discuss this, is also one of the prior priorities that we have to do in order for us to know what is still outstanding and what must still be done, and what is the way forward before we close and give over, before we do a total handover for the next council. So that's why I said in the beginning, I will give a report on the next council meeting. So I believe that all this will be submitted before that time. So we will have an overview on all the motions and all the outstanding circular decisions and everything, and then we will make a decision regarding that. With that said, thank you. Then, Sio?
On the issue of the motions, Your Worship, I think they are not a lot. What we can initially do is to ask support to draw us a list of all the motions in order to make sure how far they are, what was the outcome of all the motions, because some of the motions had a longer period of completion, but it can still be reported on how far they are and what has to be done. Because I think once it's not like the resolutions or decisions that is a lot, but the motions is quite clear. When a motion was taken, where did it begin, how far is the progress, and what was the outcome. That we can do probably and just circulate it into all the councillors, especially the
No problem.
concerned councillor.
No problem. Thank you, Sio, for that one. So there we have it. I believe that it can be done in that manner. Then, councillors, with that said, and with no further elaboration on this motion, I accept the motion. And then we can move on to 8.2. Councillor Jackie.
Notice of motion in terms of the Rule 13(1) of State Standing Rules of Council, Government Gazette, 2nd April 2015, number 5705, date of motion 29 September 2025. I, Jackie Jackson Karisep, a member of the Council, give notice in accordance with Rule 13(1) of the Standing Rules for Local Authority Council, Government Gazette number 5705, on the 2nd of April 2015 in connection of the following matter. Review of all agricultural plots next to the Wanop River, and that the legal officer reviews the existing lease agreements accordingly. That the council review all rent or hired agreements of all plots allocated, that all plots be visited to ascertain that it is used for the intended initial process. If the plots are not used for the applied purpose, or it is not used at all for a period of more than 12 months, that the applicant is in breach of contract and has thus forfeited his application. This motion is tabled in recognition of the following: that the verification process starts as soon as possible, as from the 1st of October 2025. All tenants that don't comply with original applications be served with letters of eviction by the 30th of October 2025, and that the application for confiscated plots be advertised. I humbly request the favorable consideration of the council for this motion. I so move. Councillor Jackie Jackson Karisep.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie. I accept this. Councillors, any elaboration on this motion? Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now that Councillor Jackie tabled this motion, if you allow me to maybe indicate to the legal officer, Ms. Cassandra, based on the fact that you need to do the review, etc., just to be alert that, you know, in my assignment period, starting this 5 years, there is, you know, misuse of powers within this current council, the 5-year council, whereby recipients received plots without any indication within the books of this council or RTC. Therefore, I want you, if you need more information, feel free to contact me on that one, because we need to bring that specific plot, and I'm talking about one plot, back to the council so that we can use it for a better purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mara. I actually am a bit clueless, but it's okay if you want to elaborate it, because I do not understand the plot and the issue that you're actually saying.
Mr. Chair, I talked to through you, I have talked to the legal officer, and I said to her if she needs more information, since this is a sensitive issue, she
Okay.
could contact me. So if you can just accept that
Okay.
or not accept it.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mara. Councillor Jackie?
His Worship, the reason why this motion was necessitated was because a lot of plots, we are having a lot of land that is not used for the intended purpose. And when you apply for a plot, if you look from down from that side, when you come from Marindal, from Kalgrand side down to Blekisdorp, you would see there's a lot of plots. Some of them were purchased, some of them were hired. And then you will see that the purpose, the intended purpose was to start agricultural land and for us to be sustainable when it comes to food security as a town. And I don't know if we have at least 10 of them that is producing agriculture valuable things that we can sustain ourselves as a town. So it is very much, there are people looking for plots to really plant in, and there are also people looking for plots, young people looking for plots where they have the funds but they don't have the land. So we want to revisit these plots allocation. Now, if I've initially applied for the plot to start a garden, then it means, and now I'm having a mechanic place at that plot, then it means I'm in breach of my contract. So the council has the right to say, no, you initially applied for agricultural plot for that purpose, so we are going to confiscate that. That is now, if it is not purchased. And you will also see some of the plots that were also rented out or hired. Some of the tenants did never occupy it, but those plots are in their names. So it means they are land banking, and they are not using the plots. So therefore, together, I would like to add, not the legal officer. The legal officer will only come in when the contract is to be reviewed. But the properties in the townland must be the key partners in verifying and going out and checking these plots, so that we can check, is the plots used for the purpose that it was intended? Otherwise, it doesn't help that we have plots. The same thing will happen, and I'm again warning, prior to the agricultural plots that we are going to sell on this road to Avasap. It means that we are going to give plots, and you must also be warned, most of the applicants that wants those plots are not from Rehoboth. If you come to the inquiries, people that are coming to inquire about, when is your agriculture 60 hectare, is it 60,000 plots for agriculture, 5-hectare plots available? Is people from Windhoek, people from other places. And our intention was for our young people, our people in general. Now, what the intention of other people from Windhoek and other places is that they want a retirement plot where they would come and retire and have some place where they would want to enjoy during weekends out of town, out of Windhoek. So we need to be careful how we allocate these plots also. We need to expedite also the process of these plots, especially the agricultural plots. The government has set out money for agriculture. And if this government has set up money and Rebof people are not utilizing, they might apply, but the first thing that government will ask is where's the land? And if they don't have the land, our people are going to lose out. So we need the Townlands Department and also, I think the Properties Develop Department to expedite because every time I inquire, I'm being told it's at the Townland boards or whatever board. Can they come back from that board so that we can give our people the plots? We as the council, current council, have come up with many ideas to uplift our citizens' lives. But it is so sad that those things will come only when we are gone. So I really want the town planner and all those people to expedite and also scrutinize very much so. It's not about the money. And it should be clear in this meeting, His Worship, that it's not about the person that has the money that must get the plot. It should be about the person that we know we will take from point A of poverty to a point B of providing food sustainability. So that is not about money, and that should be a person from Rebof. Unfortunately, we can say that. But going back to my motion, His Worship, can we please provide this motion just as addition the properties division and also the townlands additionally to the legal officer? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie. I believe it is something that we can do. CEO, I also just want to add something that Councillor Jackie mentioned. It just mentioned on the lease agreement, if a person is leasing a plot, doesn't matter the size, for agriculture purposes, but do not execute what he or she attended to apply for and do something else. But I would like to say, because if a person is purchasing a plot of for agriculture purposes, it's 60,000 per hectare. But after purchasing, you do something else. Then you betray the council because you didn't bought it for the purpose that you were requesting it to purchase it for. Is there in the contract whereby we can bind the person when the person is buying an agriculture plot, but then later turns this plot into a business plot for the business tariff to take place, because a business tariff is 90,000. So a person can't purchase a plot for 60,000 for agriculture and recreation, and then later on make it a business plot. The moment this person is making it a business plot, that contract must read, when you are selling it, the moment you turn away from the initial plan that you bought it for, there is additional charges that you might be charged, because if it's a business plot, you have to purchase from the beginning for the 90,000 per hectare. And then the other one is, let Freddie and our town planner and the team, the property team, as well as the townlands team, please also revise on the areas for the 1 hectares, because some people, not everyone can afford the 5 hectares. And we also want additional 1 hectares. So that 1 hectare is also available, because I understood there's no 1 hectare plots available for agriculture. And for the youth that wants to apply, they don't get, because there is none currently for 1 hectare. So it's also, Councillor Jack, it's also something that is worrisome, that the youth want to apply, but there is no plots available for them. So the town planning, just look after that. Please, if our support staff can just edit also for the provision of 1 hectare plots as well. Thank you. Councillor Joey? Yes? Oh, CEO?
Your Worship, when people apply for the lease or purchase of, especially these agricultural plots, they apply for the intended purpose which they want the plot to be utilized for. But what sometimes happen, or what mostly happen, is that most clients blame it later on the Rebof Town Council or the local authority when they eventually receive the approval to utilize the plot, and then they come up with the excuse, but you took too long and my money is now gone, or the bank don't want to finance me anymore. But unfortunately, as we all said, if you apply for a plot or a property that is also based on ministerial approval most of the times, especially when it's more than 12 months when it comes to leases. And it doesn't matter when you intended and saying the excuse now, I can't use it for the intended purpose for agriculture, I had to use it now for some other purpose. But then we are also prone in terms of our contract agreements and our lease agreements to put in a prescriptive condition, stating clearly that the plot.
I found
can-
this on the web for in terms of our agreement, in our lease agreement, to put in a prescriptive condition.
Sorry, Siri praat saam hierso. So that when the plot is now applied for the purpose that it's supposed to be, you don't use it, especially indicated in the contract, and then automatically you forfeit it. We in the past mentioned about the Agricultural Commercial Land Reform Act, which clearly indicated after a certain period of time, once we do investigation on your property that you purchase from us, and you don't utilize it for the intended purpose, we are obliged to take it back. We are doing it with the residential properties where we said there's a preemptive right on the property that you can't sell it within a specific period of time. The same can be done with the agricultural plot, but unfortunately, previously council passed resolutions without that clause within it, some outdated lease agreements, some outdated contract agreements that was drawn up, that doesn't speak to the letter as it's supposed to be. Now, in this case, we still have to go out and see what was the purpose, because it's clear what the motion is indicating, that agricultural plots, agriculture is the key word, should be used for the intended purpose what it's supposed to be. And if you don't utilize it for that, then automatically in terms of the town planning scheme, because if you utilize the plot for something else, the town planning scheme makes provision that you apply for consent usage or you apply to rezone the area to use it for the other intended purpose that you want to. If not, then we automatically, as per our tariffs, have a penalty clause that we have to impose on the owner to see that the plot comes back to its original purpose that it was supposed to be. Whether it was in the contract or in the lease agreement, as Cassandra is sitting near to me, the town planning scheme is still the major regulator in terms of what the purpose of the plot is. So it's correct what the motion is saying. We need to go out and see what is usage of the plot, what was it originally obtained for, and then caution or reprimand the owner to return it to its original state, or then return it back to the council on the conditions by the council itself. That is one of the things that we need to do. But the motion is correct as it's stated, Your Worship.
So,
Thank you, CEO. Councillor Jackie, just short before we move on, please.
So, His Worship, there are also some of the plots, I don't know if it should be added, there are some of the plots that has been never paid for. Even they have been sold, but not a cent has been received from the council. Some of them, they have been on lease, but never paid for. So that should also be looked into. That already is also a breach of contract. So that should also be looked into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie. That is actually a very valid and a very important one to look into. Councillors, then we move over then to point 9. I believe it is answers to questions of members which notice was given. I believe there's none because I haven't received anything. Then we move over then to point 10. Report of the management committee. Oh, Councillor Mara.
To get back to number 9, answers to questions of members of which notice was given. I gave notice on the 25th of September through the office of the CEO. I've copied all the councillors, unless I've made a mistake maybe to put to councillors Gmail or / iWay accounts. But I have made sure that I have copied all the councillors, including the HODs, and I address it to the CEO. So now that I have given notice on the 25th of September, and based on the rule, it is correct, and the days are fine enough. Mr. CEO, if you can correct me there. Am I allowed to raise my questions?
Councillor Mara, I can't say you didn't because you are saying you did. I'm actually seeing that I have a problem with my mail account. So I'm checking now because I haven't received. Normally I would check before time, and I will also ask the CEO if there was anything that any councillor sent on point 9. So I'm not aware of your questions that you asked. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not saying you not allowed. That's why I ask, because under my knowledge that there was nothing. But you may continue with the questions. But I would also just like to ask you just to keep it brief, please. And how many questions are there actually, if I may ask?
Thank you, Your Worship. The questions are, is there another councillor that knows how many questions it is? Meaning
No,
I have sent
Councillor
it. It's
Councillor
9.
Mara, I've asked you the question, so you
Okay.
can
No,
give me
it's
the
just
answer.
that, oh, am I protected?
Yes, you are protected.
Okay. Thank you very much. These are 9 questions, but one is for consideration, as I indicated in the email. Thank you very much, Your Worship, that you allow me. My first question is Rio Spa Phase 2. I need to know the way forward on the motion. I brought this motion to the attention of this meeting and wish to check if anything started as per my request on the bungalows at Rio Spa, or did the administration maybe followed any other means from the motion. Was there any changes? Because nobody indicate anything to me on the way forward. Mr. Chair, Honourable Mayor, should I stop at the first question or should I continue with the second question?
I believe you first read all your points, and then the CEO, or we can answer it one by one. Councillor Jackie, just raise your hand. Do you have a?
I would really want while Councillor Mara is asking questions from the CEO. Mr. CEO, last month I've also asked pertinent questions that are supposed to be answered in this section by the technical manager in the town planner, and both of them are not in the meeting, and it has been 3 months and they are not in the meeting every time. And I need them in the meeting to give me the answers that I've asked. And I think most of the questions that Councillor Mara is asking also need to be answered by those 2 people.
Okay, Councillor Jackie, just because the CEO already mentioned where they are, because he's just quickly busy with the financial statements and stuff, so that must be submitted tomorrow. But based, if they are done, they would have joined us. So perhaps if it's, that's what I wanted to ask now. If it's okay by the councillors, can we just then skip point 9, then come back to point 9, so that we can complete the others? Is that fine? Can we complete 10, 11 and those, then we come back as soon as they come in? Councillor Mara? Then I believe we will be much faster, if it's okay by you.
Since the CEO is here, he's the accounting officer for all his HODs, I still wish to raise my questions at this point. He needs to answer them.
Okay, Councillor Mara, but like I said, Councillor Jackie also has questions. So can I, that's why I'm asking, can I have the point, because now you have, now both councillors are having 2 points on point 9. You have your 10 questions, and Councillor Jackie is also having his previous questions. Now I'm asking, for time-consuming purposes, can we continue with number 10, and then we come back to number 9 when they are here? Because I will give over to the CEO for him to give the answer for that one, Councillor Jackie.
Thank you, Worship. No, I've just been looking at my mail of Councillor Mara. I could not find any. I heard there was questions, and I also looked at it last night and even this morning, but I could not find them. But it's okay. Rudolph and the other team indicated within 5 minutes they will be here. They are almost done with the exercise. Then they will probably. But I would also agree that the questions can be raised by Councillor Mara, so that we can just jot them down and see what we how we can deal with them.
Okay. Can we then just move on, and then when they come in, we continue? Is it okay, Councillor Mara? At any point when they come in, we continue, then we go back to point 9, just for us to progress.
Mayor, am I not clear? My questions is through you to the CEO.
Yes.
And the CEO is here.
Okay. You can continue with your points from point 9. You can read it through from point 1 to point 10.
Okay.
And then they can be answered one by one.
Thank you
or
very
how the
much.
CEO wish to answer you. Thank you.
Mayor. My second question, CEO, is burgersoek en volstreysvlak. To be discussed, I requested in my email on Thursday that should be discussed in the special management meeting, which was held Friday the 26th, so that we can have it ready for final resolution today. Unfortunately, I don't see anything in the agenda. I took it up with the MC chair and also with the vice chair lady of management committee in person, that they need to have it discussed in the special management meeting so that we could then have time for resolution for today. Now, I forwarded this request to everybody on time. Since I cannot see it in today's agenda, and this is now a priority and needs a resolution so that we can take the further step of the board situation with Moert. You need to advise me, Mr. CEO, what are we going to do with this priority aspect of burgersoek en volstreysvlakte? We are now at the end of September 2025. We only do have October and November 2025 left. And this motion was brought to this House very much in time. I wish to deliver with the Minister, including the regional governor and all the councillors here, those plots to Burgershoek and Volstreysvlakte in our time, and we have only two months left. So that is a high priority question to you. Then I'm a little bit concerned, question number 3, on the private hospital resolution that we took. Is it necessary that we need to rescind this resolution based on the fact that we did not receive the payment or the deposit? So if you could advise me on that one. I don't say that we need to rescind it, but based on our resolution, there is, steps for us to follow. Is those steps followed? And if yes, then I can withdraw this one. But if not, can we then go into the next procedure, which is to rescind? My question number 4, I suppose, since I saw something on the WhatsApp group yesterday, very late evening, from Councillor Amanda Groenewald, was the RFA/AGRA and the B1 situation that we all know. I think let me keep that one and then wait until Councillor Amanda is ready with the RFA so that she could then bring it to the next meeting, or to a, yeah.
Sorry, quickly, Councillor Mara.
Yes.
Sorry, quickly. On number 3, the private hospital. That's also a portfolio of Councillor of DM. So can we just wait for him, because he was in communication with them, in order for him to give feedback, and then he can also come back. Because what I don't want in these questions, when it's somebody's portfolio but there's no feedback yet.
Mayor, maybe I should really ask you not to disrespect me in my questions. And I'm asking
Sorry,
you
Councillor
that.
No,
No, I'm talking.
disrespecting
You need to be quiet when I'm talking. It's my turn.
Councillor
You
Mara,
provided me with this
I
turn,
ask
so
you,
can I
Councillor Mara.
speak?
Councillor Mara, I
If
asked
it is
you,
the
and you said
DM's
yes, Mayor.
portfolio,
Yes.
I was part of the resolution.
Yes.
I was part of the resolution, and therefore, the fact that I took part in the resolution as a councillor, why should I now wait for the DM to ask this question? Or why should
Councillor
I wait
Mara.
until the DM is giving me feedback while I'm also concerned about this issue?
No problem.
Yes, so,
Councillor Mara, no one is angry.
Nobody's angry.
disrespecting you.
But please allow me. You already allowed me.
You
my
went to
questions.
number 4, yes. You went to number 4 and you raised RFA and AGRA. And there you based it to say that because of last night, the communication part, on that basis, I'm just asking, can we also just give then Venus, Councillor Venus, the Deputy Mayor, whose portfolio it is, also just to give feedback? I wasn't disrespecting you, I was asking you.
On
asking
Agra
a question.
is his portfolio.
No, on the hospital one that you raised at point number 3.
Oh, 3.
Yes, I just asked you. I was not disrespecting you. I asked you, can he give the feedback on the report? Because he's also, just like you mentioned with Councillor Amanda, I just asked you the same of Councillor DM because he's also there. So that's not disrespecting you at
Your
all,
Worship,
Councillor
can
Mara.
you keep your comments until I'm done with my part of the questions? Then you come in.
Okay, no problem.
Because
Continue,
this is
Councillor
how
Mara.
you ruled it, isn't
no,
it?
No.
You
can
ruled
continue,
it in
Councillor
such
Mara.
a way that I should finalize all my questions.
Yes, that I did.
But now you are interfering.
No, I just asked you a question. That's why I asked Councillor Mara. You said yes, Mayor, and I asked you a question. So it's not disrespecting you or interfering. I just asked a question.
Okay,
But you
now
may
I'm-
continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm asking you to keep very quiet until I'm done, and then you raise your questions as the chairperson of this meeting. I thank you so much. Thank you. Question number 5, CEO. In line with the ruling of which there will be an appealed new hearing during October, I would like to propose to today's meeting, and this is a proposal, that there should be an in-depth investigation on the ruling of the arbitrator of the Labour Commission, especially after the exit resignation payout. But I would also like to know from you whether the exit resigned payout was done, so that I can hear it from you as the CEO, that was done to the applicant. Now, based on your answer, I wish to know now, is there anything that I'm proposing actually, that we should now investigate where we are with this court case, not in our appeal. That is not my question. My situation is the result that came out, whereby we were then kind of encouraged to do the appeal. So that outcome, I need to know what happened there so that I can understand this issue very, very well. At this point, I would like to indicate to the meeting that I know the case is currently in the court, yes, and it will take place in October 2025, but still, my request needs to be considered for the best interest of this council and also in the best interest of the applicant, both sides. Question number 6. I don't know if this is my portfolio, but I still need to ask because I took part in the resolution that was taken. If there is a resolution, Mr. CEO, I need your guidance on this one. The old Astralagus case. I need to know what is the latest and if we have a resolution to continue, if that could be rescinded as well. I did not receive feedback from Edmund on my on-time question on Thursday, but still I need to know in this session what might be the way forward on this Astralagus. If there was a response on my email, I could have taken out question number 6, but there was none. If you look at my question number 7, it's all on land delivery possibilities. And you look at Astralagus, and you also look at the portfolio question of the councillor, the DM, about the private hospital. In this very same house, I requested that we should get a layout of all the 33 deposits, those non-payments, that we need to rescind those because we cannot keep them, because there is a resolution with demands, and those demands was not met. So if it is not met, then we need, unfortunately, councillors, we need to rescind them because we need to hand over a smaller kind of document to the new council, and with more things of we are done on certain issues. And this is going to assist us so that we can give a smaller document to the new council that is coming in. So please provide me with all land resolutions with the 33% indication for a duration of 6 months that are not paid, since we did not get that summary from the admin, even though it was been requested before. Then, Mr. CEO, also on the Oana Park budget issue, I still need to know what is the way forward for them. Or should we wait until the budget is approved, or is there already an answer on your specific letter which you sent to the ED of Moert? I think you sent it somewhere in June, July. So I need that feedback from Moert. The consideration part in my email was based on the media, social media entries of the gas, or what do you call the gas for our vehicles, is per month apparently something like 700,000, which in my opinion is humanly impossible, but it is time that we should inform the community that, you know, we are only using $5 for gas instead of what they are mentioning as community members, that we are using $20. I know these are in the reports, but could it be that it is maybe in reports that is not, you know, no, there's always a transport report, which I know that we mostly receive every month. But is it maybe that we don't elaborate on it so that the community could get the correct figures? Because this is one thing that I personally know, it is not possible that it could be that amount. Honourable Mayor, thank you very much for providing me the time for this, the questions. I appreciate.
Question 10, Councillor Mara.
Question 10, I cannot raise that question because it was simply for advice and consideration.
Councillor Mara, can you just switch on your mic? Sorry.
Unfortunately, I cannot raise question 10 because that was like internally between me and the CEO, Edmund, and the councillors, and it is not for, it was an in-house thing.
Do you wish to continue with question 10 in the in-camera then?
Yes, please,
As a
if you
question.
allow me that.
Okay.
Thank you very
Will
much.
do, Sir Councillor Mara.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. CEO, you have the questions that has been asked. I believe, must we also, will you answer Councillor Mara first, or then continue with Councillor Jackie's questions and then answer everything? Or will you first answer Councillor Mara's and then come back to Councillor Jackie's questions? Can you just give me indication what will suit you best?
Your Worship, thank you. I will start with the questions of Councillor Mara. If I will, as far as possible, try to elaborate and answer on them until the other guys are here because they're on the way. And then we can still probably add if there's anything that I left out.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackie, is that okay by you, even though you requested first your questions? Is it fine, by the way?
I would like the others to be here.
Okay, on your questions. So you give a go ahead so that CEO can answer Councillor Mara's questions. Thank you. CEO, you may. Please
Thank
just
you,
keep it
Worship.
short and brief as well, please.
Yes. On the Rio, first question, number one, on the Rio Spa, I have been informed that the small contractors that has to start on the Rio Spa project now are nearing finalization. The closing date has been notified. They will be notified maybe by today or tomorrow, the successful contractors or the small contractors who will need to start on the project. I saw some of them this morning in the hallway, apparently here to allow them to go to the spot to make some smaller or other estimates that needs to be submitted. That is so far. That question is. On question, maybe still I will ask the other colleagues of mine to elaborate, especially the technical department when they are here. On the Burgers Hook and Volstruis Vlakte issue, yes, I understand the concern raised by the Honourable Councillor, but as we have left with a wind plan report where it was the last time in terms of the town planning issue, we are still in the lurch with it, and probably Mr. Muyembo can give additional information how far the process is, because I understand the concern that the proclamation of these two areas is a pertinent issue that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. And I had a visit to the town planning office this morning, also on the same issue. I don't know, it's maybe by means of telepathic, whatever it is, but on the same issue I had a discussion with the town planner, and I told him that the councillors are getting agitated with this issue. It means that wind plan needs to pull up their socks to see what is the issue. If they can't continue with this thing, we need to follow it up, because the surveyor has so far done their job. Everybody has done what they need to do. Now everything is being blamed on the urban planning board and so forth. But those excuses are not acceptable anymore. So we need to really follow up on that one. But if Mr. Muyembo is here, he can still elaborate on it. On question number 3, the private hospital. Yes, I concur that to my knowledge, the deposit has not been paid yet. And under correction, I think there was a council decision that once the deposit is not paid by a certain date, the resolution can be rescinded. Question number 4 on the RA Road initiative. Yes, I had a discussion with Councillor Mara also. In the meantime, while we discussed the discussion, the town planning department already prepared a letter to the Roads Authority, as requested by AGRA, what the way forward should be. I will share the letter later with the Honourable Mayor and the councillors if we are done with it, because it's on my laptop now. I'm busy edit and reviewing it a little bit. Question number 5. Unfortunately, already Councillor Jackie mentioned about this matter already, but just to protect me as an administrator, I unfortunately have to ask for the ruling of this House in terms of Section 14 and Section 16 of the Local Authorities Act, whether I will be able to disclose this information in this meeting, or whether it can be done in camera, because for that now I'm not at liberty to say anything right now unless it is in camera. Although it has been mentioned by Councillor Jackie what the progress of what it is, because we all know it's on social media, but only for my office in a professional and administrative manner. In terms of those sections of the law, I will unfortunately not be able to say anything right now.
That's on question 4.
In question 5, the hearing.
Okay.
Under question 6, the issue of astragalus, yes, council at on the meeting of 30 August 2022 was there a council resolution. I'm just making sure. Council resolution RTC 13/31/08/2022-07 OCM. The only resolution that is there currently is that the Riebeeck Town Council obtained legal opinion from the Office of the Attorney General's Office in terms of Annexure B, and that opinion has not been received up to date, although, did we? Yes. Maybe Cassandra can probably give more light on it. She just indicated it has been shared to the councillors in terms of the legal opinion, but whatever the case may be, the other party did not further or came to the table yet in terms of that of what was shared and what is the way forward. Normally, just as mentioned within the motion of Councillor Jackie in terms of agricultural plots, is that when it comes to funding, we don't know what the issue is. Council is always in the dark when it comes to funding of developers, and they don't come forth and say what the way forward is in order for us to complete the final processes in leasing or renting or hypothecation of land to any of them. But then Cassandra will also elaborate later on it. On point number 7, yes, I agree the land delivery possibilities. Once again, the private hospital issue. What Councillor Mara was alluding to was the 33.3% as per the agreement or the council resolution taken. Was it paid? So far, it's only Nansunga Properties, to my knowledge, that is so far honored the part of the agreement in paying the 33%. Maybe if there's others, I can be assisted. But resolutions has been taken by this council on land delivery, especially on the private hospital, on WMC. I'm not sure who else it is, but excuse me, Living Waters, and mostly some of the ministerial approvals have not been received yet, or whether ministerial approvals has not been received yet, the objections, the cycle of the objections has been completed by this office, and it's only then clearly that council resolutions are very clear that once ministerial approval, once ministerial approval is obtained, 33.3% deposit must be paid. Others are saying before ministerial approval, 33.3% as deposit must be paid. Those have not been done, and I'm sure the technical department can elaborate on it if Mr. Moembo is also here to find out what is the way forward. Yes, on the Wano Park development, in terms of question 8, we received a communication from the ministry wherein the ED responded to our request saying that for now they are not able to assist us in this venture. The only thing is that we can probably just wait until the disbursement of the midterm framework of budget of the ministry or of central government is completed, and then they can possibly look at other measures whether there are still savings left in order to reconsider this the request. But for now, before budget approval and even before the MTF approval have not been received yet, the budget is not completed yet, can they not assist us on anything? So they will probably only come back at a later stage if there's additional funding. So it's not a no at all, but it's not a complete yes. It's only that they are still looking at additional funding. But they also encourage us as a Rebo Town Council to also apply through the Ministry of Agriculture and Water to see whether they can take up this venture also as an initiative. The technical department is currently busy looking at better ways in order to approach the Agriculture Ministry. That is on Wano Park and also additionally on the agricultural plots, the pipeline from one of them that we were looking upon. Because they answered in twofold in one letter about those two requests that we put in. The fuel and oil. No, the fuel and oil is a financial matter. Also under Section 14 and 16 of the Local Authority Act, but only when the majority of the council sit there saying, yes, you are protected, you can talk about it. We can probably disclose the amounts, because the only thing I can say, it's not even near than 700,000 a month. It is not. It's completely outrageous for an institution like Rebo Town Council to pay fuel on 700,000 per month. It's possibly an amount per year, but it's not a month issue. But it's only, as I'm saying, protected under Section 14 and 16 of the Local Authorities Act that I can possibly disclose these amounts. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you, CEO. I believe that the questions was asked and there was answers, Councillor Mara. I believe the one of the field, it is quite given that it's not there, so I believe that is the answers. And Councillor Mara, you may. I see you raise your hand, Councillor Jackie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CEO, for answering those questions. I just need to indicate to you that on the Burgershoek Volstreesvlak question, on your answer, that, you know, we are actually at a point where we need to take the final resolution on the wind plan issue. And this is now what I requested on Thursday that should be dealt with on Friday so that we could have made that resolution today. With the, you know, it was supposed to be in the agenda. And now we are wasting time again. Also, through the chair, the question number 5. I think you didn't understand my question quite well. It could be that my English was not okay. But now I want to put it in very simple English for myself and for you. My request on the court case is not that you should go out of line. No, it's a very simple thing. The arbitrator already made a decision. And because of that decision, we are now in an appeal for October. Now, I want you to stop just at the decision that was made by the labor court. I want the council to tell me, is it okay if I propose a request that there is an investigation on how come did he end up with that verdict? Because, if you can remember, I asked, did we pay out to the applicant the exit payout? Now, my good understanding tells me if we paid that out, how on earth can we be where we are at the moment? How come there was that verdict from the Labour Commission or that court? Now, based on that, I want an investigation on the outcome, on the result of that case up to that extent. And I'm not going into the appeal at all. So I want you to understand my question in very simple, plain English. Yes. Then to go back to my point 7 on the 33% payments, I'm really referring to the ones before ministerial approval. And yes, we have made that resolutions, Mr. CEO, but that resolutions was with conditions, of which the 33% is actually one of those important conditions. So that resolution with the conditions, this is the one I'm talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mara. Is it possible for the CEO then and his administration to give us the feedback on all the investors who applied so far in our 5-year tenure, and who paid and who didn't pay? Because I know there is who paid even, but there is still a ministerial approval outstanding. There's those who did pay, and there's those who didn't pay any payment. And those that communicated even though they didn't pay, but they communicated to council. Can we have all the documents, Councillor Mara, and then I believe then we can make an accurate decision as the council? Is that okay? Even if it's necessary for us to have a special council meeting. And then I would ask on the Burgershoek and Volstreesvlak one, CEO, because it is already a decision that was made by the council previously and continuing in our reports is it necessary for a special council meeting, or can we, when we come at the report, make a decision based on the way of wind plan? Because I believe we already got that information on Volstruisvlakte and Burgershoek already. Then we can just make the, when we at the report, under Burgershoek and Volstruisvlakte, we can make a resolution there. So I don't believe we have to wait again. Yeah, if we come there, if it's within the wind plan's final decision, if we can just get that information, then we can make today a decision, Councillor Mara. Okay. Then I'll hand over to Councillor Jackie. Councillor Jackie.
His Worship, I would like to ask, or maybe not ask, I would like to correct some information that is not correct going out to the public, and that the 7 of us know for a fact it is not correct, and that we tend to ignore and think that it will go away. Let us start with Burgerhoek and Volstruisvlakte. How did we come to that? How did you decide that Burgershoek and Volstruisvlakte should be given to the people that they are residing there? Let's go back a little bit in the history. There was a court case that said that that the Rehoboth Town Council had in place when we came into office, that said that that land should be confiscated and that land should belongs to the Rehoboth Town Council. And these things are going out in public. And so we are getting quiet, or we are just being quiet, but we want the facts to be known. And then Councillor Mara, Amalia Bekus, she came with a submission here, not a submission, or is it a submission? Motion here. And it should be clear to the public. Where does it come from that Volksleisvlakte and what is the other one? Burgershoek is now going to the people. Is now to be a property of the people that are residing on it. She came with a proposal, a submission to a motion to this council. And it's because of that motion that Volksleisvlakte we resolve as this council that Volstruisvlakte and that court case must be stopped, and Volstruisvlakte must be given to the people that reside. There was no one else, not from outside, inside this council, and not from outside that council. Those things must be factually correct, and people must not claim glory for things that they know they did not really do. So it's a council resolution for coming from Council Mara Bekus. And also taken a resolution taken by the 7 councillors after the motion from Councillor Mara. That is the truth, and that is the only truth. And that is why we are where we are at the space of a matter of 2-3 weeks, and at the town planning board and wherever we are, that it is only a month or whatever that we will give these people their property, or that land and give them title deeds for that land. So that must be corrected first. No one else did that, but it came from a motion of Councillor Mara Bekus. It is a fact. If I'm lying, these councillors must now tell me I'm lying. Then the second thing that needs to be corrected also, that is in the media and that needs to be corrected and that we tend to be quiet, is also the schools in this community. It is a wrong thing and it is factually incorrect and must be addressed as such. I remember sitting where I'm sitting when the Director of Education, that was Mr. Tavenango, came into this chamber with facts of how many learners we have, learner population we have in this region, how many schools we have, where is the need for schools. And he made the proposal known to us as the 7 councillors of this council. And he said, we need a school in Rehoboth. The Regional Director of Education, Arts and Culture did that. No one else. And then we deliberated as the 7 councillors here. And after we deliberated, it went to the technical manager. And the technical manager wrote a submission on the information provided by the regional director then. And then it came to this office, to these chambers. And I don't know what the mayor is saying, but I need to
Councillor,
say these things.
Yes, I hear you. But that's why I wanted to say, that's why I said in the beginning, I want us to give that report in the next council meeting with the facts. And I wanted to, because you are the PR councillor on your portfolio, to sit with that document, that information that you are giving now. It's actually that I wanted to, for you to brief to the community. But I wanted you to have the factual in front, and then you go and then you compress them into a document, and that we will discuss. Because I really want us to have, because they will go back now, because now you are just saying, but then they want to have the paper.
No,
proof.
we can provide his
Yes.
worship.
So I want that you want to elaborate now. I wanted that to become next month on paper.
No, I will
to-
substantiate again.
Okay.
But when it came to through a submission from the technical manager to these chambers, it came with a resolution, another resolution. What do you call those things that you recommendation from the administration to the management committee that we must pay 1.7. The ministry must pay 1.7 million for this provision of those schools. And it was the that said that day, we cannot charge the ministry for any money if we are supposed to provide land. And I have proposed that 2 schools must be donated. The land must be donated to 2 schools, that is honest, in the school north side. So these things needs to be corrected and factually corrected in the public. And these 7 councillors, when are we correcting these things? It's your work. It's no one's work. It's your work, and you must stand up and say, this is how it come. So that things need to be correct. That is the correction, the 2 things that I wanted to correct. The other things we will correct with a whole booklet, which we will disseminate to the community members. So there is the only 2 things that I wanted to correct. But besides that, the technical manager, I have asked for Block H allocations for the past 7 months. I've talked to the town planner, and we have said, let's go to extension 3 and 4 and identify at least 50 so we can continue with the allocations that we stopped, because we got it from the previous council and we must continue. I did not receive a definitive answer, and I would want a definitive answer. Also, we have said that the Build Together list is redundant, to the effect that most of the people that are on the list, because it is a list of which years, 20, 30 years, most of the people are dead, most of the people are over 60, most of the people are not employed. That list must be renewed so that we can, we had the discussion with the technical manager and the town planning. Let us look at it and let us restart it, and let our people start benefiting, the current people start benefiting. Those that applied already and that has been on the list, we have also said, let's make provision so that these learners, not learners, learners, so that these applicants that have already applied and were on the list can be indicated they have already applied, and so that they can be assisted. So the Build Together list, I want to know how far are we. The alienation, I've been asked on social media again, how far are we? People are getting very tired. I have seen the last week, I've said we have launched around 60 at the deeds office, but I'm not hearing feedback. And every week we are supposed to launch so that we can continuously deliver these deliverables. So those are my questions for now to the technical manager through the my chairperson to his chairperson. So bly Angela Sabana sadu khasa sadu ban kunga itana ukhoibani nga urika. See, no khoibani nga urika to atsinga bako. That is the good thing about democracy, His Worship. They said you can speak in your language in that meeting. As long as you have someone that can translate.
Translate, yes.
Can you translate for me, His Worship?
Must I
To the
translate
other
for you?
people.
All that I can say is what you just said is you want the people to stay and remain in their lane. Okay. And behave. Is it that, am I correct? Is the translation correct? Okay, thank you. Mr. Rudolph, please answer if possible, can you answer the questions of Councillor Jackie, because we want to move on. It's 20 past 12. I want we to really go somewhere because in camera is also very important for us, so that we can continue there as well. So can we continue with the questions, Mr. Rudolph to Mr. Councillor Jackie, and then we continue then to point to the rest of the agenda, please, councillors. Thank you. Councillor Jackie, if it's possible, can Mr. Rudolph, on your questions that you have posed, give feedback to you, because you are always in connection with properties, so that we can just move on, give you the direct on your questions that you ask, the correct information through the process, because as you know, the property officer, just for him to follow up on that, because there's also other things that took place in the time. Okay, then when we move on, councillors, to our next point, which is just hold on for me, number 10. If I'm correct, number 10.
10.
Yes, I just want to get this quickly open. Okay, thank you. Number 10, report on management committee referred in section 26, subsection 1, paragraph E of the Act, none. In number 11, recommendation of management committee, office of the chief executive office. 11.2.1, recommendations for consideration of memorandum of understanding with Kois Village Council. Before I just go over there, just at number 10, just because what Councillor Jackie just based on, see on the number 9 questions, can we have all those facts of those projects and our past 5-year projects, that report, to provide that in summary type of form. So at our workshop we will also discuss about it, so that we can give that report on the next council meeting, whereby we touched on the true facts of what really transpired within this council in this past 5 years on the projects and capital projects and procurement and all these, because I really want us to give a summary of the capital projects plus the RFA funds, what we did with it, also with the ministerial amounts that we got, and give that report to the public so that they can know any decisions that we made in different projects. And because there's a lot, like even the standpipes and stuff, and those projects that we brought to those to the Volksreisvlaktes and the Burgershooks and the Block E's. We want that reports, everything. But I believe we can just communicate via email to your office on what we need, councillors, so that we can just give that information to the CEO so that he can compile that. So that our next council meeting we will discuss regarding our tenure and our projects. Then we go to number 11. On the Kois Village Council's MOU, I will give over then directly to the management, to the chairperson of management, to take us through.
Thank you, Your Worship. Number 11.2.1, recommendation for consideration of memorandum of understanding with Kois Village Council. I'm just reading the introduction. Rebo Town Council has received a letter from Kois Village Council proposing the establishment of a formal memorandum of understanding between the two councils. The purpose of this submission is to recommend that this request be considered by council. Management Committee recommended that, number 1, submit the request from Kois Village Council to the Rebo Town Council for consideration. Number 2, upon council approval, authorize the Chief Executive Officer to engage in drafting the Memorandum of Understanding in consultation with the legal officer. Number 3, ensure that any draft Memorandum of Understanding is tabled to the Council for final review and approval before execution. Number 4, that Public Relations Officer be part of the Memorandum of Understanding draft. Refer to Council.
Thank you, MC. Any feedback from any other councillor? Councillor Jackie?
His Worship, we welcome any memorandum of understanding because we ought to learn from any of the local authorities. But we have so many memorandum of understandings that is pending or have not been fully implemented. Can we have feedback on all the memorandum of understandings that we signed, and also timelines and deadlines where we check what did we achieve with certain memorandum of understandings, and what is the timeline of the next activity on that list, so that we cannot just compile and gather memorandum of understandings with different organizations and institutions and towns, but we don't have, after the signing, we don't have actual plan of action for this memorandum of understanding. So that is my concern. We need to go back to the memorandum of understanding that we already have in place. What are the timelines? Where are we? And did we achieve anything as per the memorandum of understanding, and what are the intervals where we can review and check and monitor and evaluate where we are? Those things are very important.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie. Ms. PRO, Desiree?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Honorable Councillor is quite right. We have, however, only one pending memorandum of understanding, that is with Swakopmund municipality, and the delay is on that part. We have completed the MOU, the concept note and everything has been submitted, and I think they have postponed it, the signing of it, because the council in the relevant user department traveled international during the past month. So I think they went to Germany, and before that they were elsewhere. So we will follow up this week again. That was 2 weeks ago. So they returned last week. We will follow up this week again. And then for Luderitz Town Council, we have signed. We are in consultation, and we have identified a couple of areas that we will start working on. That is in terms of town planning. We have currently, I'm also in discussion with the sports committee. They will also assist us, of the sports club. They will also assist us in formalizing our sports club, and there are some areas that we have started working on already with Luderitz in terms of administration. Lingua College, we have signed, and it was announced by His Worship the Mayor that we have assisted in finding them a venue. They've also sent us programs, municipal programs that they have introduced. So I consulted with the Human Resource Office, and we have seen a number of interests from the town council staff members, which we will communicate to them as soon as HR has come up with a structure, how we will go about. That is the municipal leadership and management, municipal governance and administration, various courses that was introduced. Then we have not signed a memorandum of understanding with NTA, But as was reported by the CEO and the mayor, I attended the conference that was last week in Swakopmund, and there we have also forged relationships with various institutions, including COSDEF, NUMT, and also NTA itself regarding its prior learning recognition programs and world programs. And that consultation will also continue in due course. I already briefed the technical manager on programs that are being done by NAMWater and also by NTA, NUMT. And I was informed by the director of training and development at the NUMT that he has consulted with the captain of the buses on 50 learners that needs to be sent from Rehoboth. So I also need to follow up on that communication because it was only last week, Thursday, that this was communicated to me. And we were supposed to meet yesterday so that I can formally announce it to the council, but unfortunately, we could not engage. So that is basically what we are busy with. So in terms of youth development and skills development, those MOUs that we have signed are work in progress. Thank you.
I thank you, Ms. Peters. Councillor Jawi, then Mr. Winsway, and then Councillor Groenewald. I thank you.
Thank you, DM. Maybe I will ask the CEO, do we have any memorandum of agreement with a village council? No. So therefore, I strongly feel that we should engage with Kois Village Council. We all know that the village councils are merely dependent on government funding. But it's not to say that we have to fund them. But we can learn from them and they can learn from us, especially a village council. So I think we should honestly give these people a chance. Since we have not a memorandum of understanding with any village council. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Jawi. Mr. Winsway?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. No, I would only like to indicate that, yes, and the question by Councillor Jackie, in addition to what Desiree was saying, we had a discussion, May and myself, with the mayor of Swakopmund last week. They wanted to have, because they are sitting with a lot of other MOUs with other towns also. So they would like to do it similarly like City of Windhoek have done. They would like to invite all of us, all those towns, and then we have a ceremony where we have to sign it in Swakop or wherever. But they have indicated that they are now near the progress of letting us come, probably during October, so that all those towns that were interested to sign an MOU with them can now come and sign with them during that state of time. But I would like to indicate that the moment when a local authority indicated they or institution wants to have an MOU with you, it's because they have seen something that you are doing and that they really want to tap from it also. It's the same with towns like Gowabas have shown interest, towns like Arnos have shown interest, even towns in the north have shown interest to have engagement with the Rehoboth Town Council because they have seen things what we are doing and they would like to engage. And there is a mutual understanding that we normally can engage with them and also tap from them. And Mr. Brandt from Kois Village Council, coming from Leonardo all the way, has been asking this, has been putting this request to me every time when we meet, because they've seen the things that we are doing and they want to engage with us on some of these things. And really, yes, we can learn from them and they can also learn from it. It's rightly mentioned, it's not only giving material things or whatever, it's about exchanging of knowledge, giving practice examples of what we have been doing and what they can do on their part. And then it's also a learning platform for both local authorities to see what the other ones are doing in terms of service delivery and so forth. So the one of Swakopmund, if I have mentioned, is the case. The same with City of Windhoek. We are tapping a lot of issues from City of Windhoek. Recently, our fire division teams are now currently also attending classes at the City of Windhoek. And these are the things that can only be done through an MOU, Your Worship.
Thank
you, Mr. Bonswai. Can I just ask Councillor Jackie quickly before I give Councillor Groenewald a chance, Meyer? Councillor Jackie, I believe you refer to all outstanding or not just towns, village councils, municipalities. It includes financial, other institutions as well. I thank you very much. Councillor Groenewald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the CEO and Councillor Joey already elaborated it. I just want to add maybe something, to just give a time frame on number 3. Ensure that this draft MOU is stable to council for final review on the next council meeting. And therefore, I propose that we accept this one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mara, Councillor Amanda, for your proposal. Councillor Jackie, before we have a secondment just to come in.
His Worship, my question is not on discouraging emojis. So said.
Emojis.
What I'm trying to say is plan of action. Every MOU, plan of action. We have a MOU of Lingua. And if Lingua is not working on the MOU, the Rebo Town Council would have sat still. If Lingua was not coming and looking for a building themselves, we would have folded our hands and sat. That's the problem that I'm having. We need to have a plan of action after signing that says, for the first 3 months, we want this. This person will monitor this. And then the next action, plan of action is this and this. So it doesn't help to have the world's MOUs, but a plan of action that is regularly monitored and evaluated and also followed through. That is my question. So we don't need MOUs, or we do need, if we have MOUs, but we don't monitor and we don't know where we are, regular meetings with the stake between the two stakeholders of the MOU must take place, so that we can always come to the table and say, we are sitting here, this is what we agreed, okay, we achieved this, next one, let's go to the next part. So if the other organization is not going on with their plans, Rebo Town Council will sit folded hands. So I need a workable paper trail which says this person is responsible for that for the next 3 months. And I need to thank the Deputy Mayor for taking up that cause of especially with Lingua, because if he's not coming from the side of the town council, would have been that this agreement would have been dead. So that's the thing we are looking for, not just MOUs. We cannot just go hunt MOUs. We must hunt MOUs and then work on a plan of actions. How we're going to monitor, how we're going to make it work.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie. Councillor Joey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Jackie, number 3, the recommendation, ensure that any draft memorandum of understanding is tabled to council for final review and approval before execution. So I think it is at this point where we can build in what we want in a MOU. And then also at this point where people are made responsible to follow up these MOUs. Has this been done? Has this been done? So we can make changes to the MOUs and give the responsibility to the responsible people or accountable people. I know what you said. If Lingua didn't came to the DM. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor
MC Chair. There was a proposal by Councillor Amanda. Can I have any secondment? Councillor Jackie seconds it. Seconded it. Sorry. No. You want me to go in that one. Councillors, I believe it's 22 to 1, so we will quickly go then to the next point, which is 11.2.2, establishment and approval of terms of reference, TOR, Rehoboth Investment Committee, RIC.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to read the purpose for the public to hear. The purpose of this submission is to request, the subject, establishment and approval of terms of reference, Rehoboth Investment Committee, RIC. The purpose of the submission is to request Council's approval for the formal establishment of the Rehoboth Investment Committee and the adoption of its terms of reference. The Rehoboth Investment Committee will serve as a specialized committee mandated to coordinate, evaluate, and oversee investment opportunities in line with the Rehoboth Town Council's strategic and economic development goals. Management Committee recommended that Council approve the establishment of the Rehoboth Investment Committee and endorses its terms of reference, that the Rehoboth Investment Committee shall immediately commence with its mandate upon Council approval, subject to administrative management guidance on final membership confirmation. Refer to Council.
Thank you, MC. Councillors? Councillor Jackie?
Can we have a little bit of background from the user department?
Mr. Rudolph? On RIC?
Okay. All right. What? Maybe just to give context. What has been happening is anyone just writes a letter and says, "I'm looking for land. I can invest. I have money," and then we are expected to work on the letter. On the letter, we are already expected to work on the letter without even supporting documents. So when we visited Swakopmund, this one of the point that we discussed, wanted to see how do they assess investment proposals. So they took us through how the process that they follow, and they said the best way is to also consider looking into formulating a committee that will be responsible for that. Before it comes to council, whatever reaches at the council level is something that has been assessed properly. All the supporting documents that need to be supported are in place for council to make an informed decision. So, and that's why we are proposing to say they should be, this committee should be formally instituted with a council resolution so that they have the mandate to be able to evaluate proposals, call people for presentation, and submit what they think is the right investment for Rehoboth, instead of just taking every letter that comes to the town council.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Councillor Mara, before I give over to you, we did it with Nansunka. Oh, I thought you raised. We did it with Nansunka where there's monthly meetings with the relevant departments, and it was quite successful and quite the process was quite fast, like what we discussed at the land conference. So we just believe it's time for this to be implemented correctly, so that the processes of not to waste time on the investor side, like the CEO said earlier. Sometimes the process takes long, and then the investors who's also getting money from other sources, so that process can just be faster and fast track, so that the council can make a decision, and then on that basis start as long while certain things are still outstanding, already start until the process. So once the ministry is giving approval or disapproval, the process was done correctly already. Councillors, can we have a proposal and a secondment on this one? Councillor Jackie proposed and Councillor Amanda seconded.
Yes.
Then we move over then to the next one, 11.5.1 submission report. Carrying capacity assessment of Rehoboth Townlands.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Ooh, this thingy. The purpose of this submission is to present the outcome of the carrying capacity assessment conducted on the Rehoboth Townlands and to seek Council's consideration of the report's recommendations. Now, I will just read our recommendation. The Management Committee recommended that the Council formally adopts the Carrying Capacity Assessment Report for Rehoboth Townlands. Number 2, the findings should be integrated into the Townlands Management Operational Procedures. Approve the officials to attend the training sessions offered by, who's this? MAFWLA. Who's this? Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform. Yes. Number 4, the Townland team do a carrying capacity to determine the total number of small stock unit and large stock unit in 2 phases. So, starting 1 October 202 Camp 1 to Camp 11 and Phase 2 to start on the 2nd November 2025, Camp 12 and Camp 22. Assessment be done on legal and illegal tenants in the camps. Additional resources be required to complete the assessment. I think, yeah, refer to Council. And that is a very, very good.
Thank you, MC Chair. I believe this is going hand in hand with the motion of Councillor Jackie as well for these assessments on the plots from Townlands as well. Yeah, so it's just to get the proper information on what is in Townlands itself. Also with the question of Councillor Mara that you asked the legal aid to look into. So this is somehow type of a database that we want in every camp. The Townlands go out and get proper data on the carry capacity of each camp and how many animals can be on a camp. With the time frames now. That is all this say recommends. Councillor Jackie.
His Worship, there is also a worrying factor when it comes to Townland. Most of the people you would see have owned these Townlands. Some Townlands, the Rehoboth Town Council does not have any access to it. You will go to some Townlands where there are 6, 7, 8 households, and then you will go to others where there are 2 households with many hectares of land available. And there the council, after due processes have been followed, a person applied and due processes have been followed, and there the council put someone on the townland where there is 1 or 2 only. Then those 2 people will now come and say it's as if it is their own farmland. And these townlands are not supposed to be farms. They are supposed to assist with grazing land for a certain period of time for people. And you cannot keep hundreds of cattle, herds of cattle on a townland. Then I think you are capable of buying your own farm or renting your own farm. So these things needs to be corrected so that when we hand over to the next council, we hand over and we the correct amounts, and also inform our tenants at the townlands that some of the tenants have been only 2 people on that camp, and they have been passing on this land to for generations, and now it is only in name that it is the property of town council, but in fact it is their own property. Because town land, the Rehoboth Town Council doesn't have access to that land also. So this information will also give us the correct information and also inform our residents that the entitlement syndrome that we have is not right. We all need to benefit from this town land. And people are not supposed to own 100 cattle. Some people are owning 100 cattle in a communal area such as a townland, and while other people are having only 20 or 30 40 sheep. And then these people with the 100 cows are out grazing the land. So these things need to be considered, and when we ascertain ourselves with the capacity and also we might make changes. We might enforce that people with more than how many livestock needs to go out of the townland camps to go and hire or to buy their own farms. These are not property of people. This is a communal area whereby which people will have to help, whereby which the council have to help people to start farming.
Thank you, Councillor Jackie. Councillor Mara, before we move on.
Thank you, Your Worship. The MC Committee is recommending to us that the council formally adopts the carrying capacity assessment report, which is now the enclosed report, isn't it? But in point 4, the Townlands team will now go out and do the carrying capacity.
After they adopt.
No, but there's figures here. Now I'm a little bit confused, Mr. Rudolph. This is the report, but they still need to go out.
Mr. Rudolph?
Yeah, I think maybe the colleagues, just to capture it properly, is not to go and do carrying capacity again, is to go and do stock count, so that we can then, the council's request or the MC's request is before the new council have to come in. There should be a latest report in terms of stocks per camp. How many cattle are in camp 1? How many small stocks are in camp 1? We can also then calculate also the carrying capacity, because here what they did is they came up with a formula. But then if we now know the number of stock, we can then calculate the carrying capacity per camp. And that's the information that they want to leave to the next council. So it should just be captured correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muembo. Then I would like to check the general recommendations regarding grazing capacity and stocking rates are as follows. On the dotted point, let's say number 4, implement resting periods in overgrazed camps to allow recovery. Now, do we have a system in place for this resting period? My understanding of resting period is a camp should be idle. But what are we going to do with this camp? Where's the animals at that point? Because it needs to rest. That's one question. Then something that is really like blowing my mind in the report is, give me 2-3 seconds. Oh, wait, agenda is not so friendly, but I will get to the point now. Okay. In Camp 8, for instance, there is 237 animals on 1763 hectares. And then on Camp 9, there's 1525 animals on a 2440 hectare. Do we consider all aspects when we approve tenants with contracts, or do we just place them? I really don't understand. If you are in Camp 7, you have 400 animals. Ne? If you are in Camp 8, you have 200 animals. But the hectares of Camp 8, where there's 400 animals, is just 1,800 hectares. While there's 200 animals in Camp 8, and you have 1,700 hectares. The ratio does not make sense to me. Why does it make sense to the department?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, but sometimes it's because of also the application coming for that, whereby you have the right as somebody that wants to start farming, where do you want to start and which camp you want to start. But I just think what you just mentioned now is for the administration to go back and to see to it that, to say, but this is fully capacitated, but we have availability at A, B, or C, and then that person must choose between those to say, okay, then I'll rather go there, because you can't, because some preferences, some people are making preferences to certain areas, and that's why you will see certain areas having even a lot of tenants there, but some areas have little tenants. But it's also like the case what Councillor Jackie just mentioned, that some tenants that decide not to put people, they don't want people there, but they have a 2,000 hectare, but there are only 2 people sitting there. So I believe this must just be rectified within administration so that this can balance itself out.
Yes, Mayor, I totally agree with you. Especially if we have in our report recommendation that are stating implementing resting periods
Yes.
in overgrazed camps.
Yeah.
How will we manage that if we have the amounts of animals and equals the hectare? It's like what we are saying in the report is not actually what we are doing.
That's why we want now the data in order to make a better decision. That's why we're asking them to go from this day to this day to that camp, and from this day to that day to that camp. And if there's any person who is, like what Councillor Jackie mentioned, who is not willing for town council to get access on their own land, then we have to deal as councillors with those tenants. Because that is the basis. So I would say that let's tackle it on the basis of the recommendation, and then we have this so that we can actually get proper, accurate information, and then we can make proper and accurate decisions on based on townlands issues. Thank you. Can we have a proposal as a comment of this recommendation so that then we can, because it's 1 o'clock now, proposed by Councillor Amanda and seconded by Councillor Joey. Councillors, I would just want to request quickly your attention to, can we after lunch at 2 o'clock go directly in camera and then finish in camera, so that, because the CEO and I we need to drive to Kettmans, can we complete in camera after 2, and then Councillor DM will take over, and then you can complete the rest of the agenda with VK chairing this meeting, this council meeting. Is it fine?
Yeah.
Because there's very important matters in camera that we need to discuss. Please. Okay. So after 2, we will return on 2. It's 1 o'clock on the dot now. We will return at 2 o'clock, and then we will go directly in camera. And then after in camera, we will again then start with the rest of the agenda. Thank you.